Hi, people. I have not been streaming at all. I thought this whole time I was streaming. I wasn't. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, so what we're gonna do It's not case 2.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about...
I'm so mad. Okay, real quickly. Just watch this. Wait, hold on.
Long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the Forbidden Chamber.
Night-night, Alderman. Sweet dreams. At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
So this is how it opens. Pretty much you go to this village and you meet this daughter named Jinxie. And then there's a murder.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Okay, so that's pretty much like all everybody needs to know. And now we're here. And so this is him. This is our victim. Or not the victim, but this is the killer or the person we're our defendant. Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the Alderman and I as of late. Oh, was it personal in nature? Nothing like that, it's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetail's Veil with Tenmataro. Oh, yikes. That's what I told him. I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm scared too. So, that's the movie the police have been, the motive the police have established for Alderman's murder. Indeed it is, after all. Alderman QB was dead set against a municipal merger. And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way. Curses. Mayor Tenmark, you okay? Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this. It'll work out fine, just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma. Please wait. My daughter, Jinxie. Yes? She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need. Leave it to me. Trisky and I will look out for your daughter. She'll rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie's been talking about. New friends? Yes, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetails Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters. Friends? Sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up. Bye, Tenma. Ooh, I'm so tired. Must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. Is that my phone? A call. Oh, it's Mr. Wright. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you? Tracy told me you've taken on a new case. Oh, that. It was a kind of spur of the moment. Is he actually calling me about a case? That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure. What is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Kikes, and she just passed my bar. That's right, I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetails Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her. I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit, sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, I'd better go back to Ninetails Vale quick. Is that here? April 17th, Ninetails Vale. Yokai, Lane. I already told you. I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is.
Can't fool me. I'm just some delinquent high school student playing hooky.
You stupid, pig-headed. This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know. Looks like I just found Miss Athena Kikes. Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it, enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Ah! Get your hands off me! Oh shit.
What the?
That's because of the suit I put her in. Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Whoops. Are you okay? I think so, but the police officer's out cold. I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Kikes, I take it. That would be me. And you are? I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Red Anything Agency. The Red Anything Agency? What a fishy-sounding name. It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you? Oh yeah, that right. So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always. Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away. So, Athena, I hear you just passed the bar. That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me. Hehehe. A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18. 18. How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age? I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there. All I can say is, wow, she must be a genius or something. I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might help me be a bit of a better lawyer. Psychology helps her be a better lawyer. How exactly does that work? So, tell me about our client. What are they like? Oh, alright. You haven't met him yet. Well... And that about sums it up. He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There's something in my eye. They're called tears. Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number 1. So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology. That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air into the legal system. Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our client? Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice. And then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. Widget? This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget. It talks? Oh, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, he'll get used to it. Now that I seriously doubt. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case? Special edition covering our case. That was quick. That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop. Repetio. Right, well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? People like Spanish, I don't know. Tenmotaro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky? Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently that photo was shot right after the murder occurred. Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. Not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved. Wait a second. Yokai isn't one of those Japanese monsters? Mein Gott, you don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you? Ha 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 ha, no, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English? Special edition paper added to the court record. And a day, Apollo. Let's get cracking on the crime scene already. Okay. Okay, what's next on the list? Investigating the crime scene, what else? Well, what are we waiting for? Last one there is a rotten egg. We don't have to run all the way there. Okay, and then how about we speed walk? Why does this have to be a competition at all? Slippers. April 17th, QB Manor. Foyer. Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look. It's a TV in that little room in the corner. In other news, the mysterious man wrestler, the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape, so that wrestler has gone missing. Hey, you two, you don't belong in here. Hey. Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here too. Ah! So them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, aren't you? Hehehe, I should have reckoned with that one expensive looking bracelet you got there. The name is Finis Fletch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. Same here. Wow, talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, demon lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you. Yeah, ouch. These horns are, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. He took my thing. They ain't. Seems a mighty bit waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. Then again, ain't none of my business, so... That was fast. Guess he's done with me. He took my fucking bracelet. Well, I'd best get back to work. He took my... Halt, stop right there. Huh? Me? Apollo, your bracelet's gone. Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later. So I don't think that'll be necessary. Just check your wrist right there. Ah! The cat's out of the bag! It's barely in the bag in the first place. It was a pretty pathetic attempt. So sorry. I'm so sorry. Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Sheesh, I almost feel sorry for him now. What should we do about him, Apollo? Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seems sorry enough, so... I knew you could understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as a Watto catch in your wallet, I hope. You leave my wallet out of this. Ho ho. Hey, didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away, head for the hills. I don't like that guy. Get back here, you. Talk about a quick escape. Well, looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene. And here's one of the foyer. Left the shoes behind, too. The guy's the living definition of a bumbling thief. Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them. They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. April 17th, QB Manor, Fox chamber. Whoa. Where'd all those black feathers and weird things come? Oh, the popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro. You mean the Great Evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. Who the fuck are you? And who are you? You with the police? I asked first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought. All police go to arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Under arrest, but... Save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. But please wait. We're Mayor Tenma's lawyers. Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. Ha 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 ha, I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. Sorry we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Oh boy, yeah, this guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for you? I don't want to talk to you. So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Can you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Yeah, you see, reaching for his... In justice we trust. For you, it's just his badge. You might be the mayor of Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization across the police line. Hello, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck, let me know how it goes. But he's as dense as heroes come. You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without an authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice. That would be you at bay. I knew it. Look, this is just us. This is just us, you and yeah. Just us and me, as you say. That's right. Are you trying to say that justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? What? No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No, it can't be! Get him on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? Guarding the crime scene is a part of justice, too. Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Ah! Who justice is the most in here? Who's just the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice. Well, what do you have me do? I think we really got to him. Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as the champions of justice go. Our pleas for justice might have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all that about authorized personnel, only this was surprisingly easy.
Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just?
Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the case, right? Crime, right? Right. A search for the crime scene should turn up some evidence that we could use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? So we move the cursor with, and change your perspectives with. If there's any particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, let's leave no stone unturned. Notice Alan's commerce. Let's get us started. Okay. Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we can get this door open? It's worth a try. Nah, no good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty helpless.
And just as we trust. Yikes. Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of our culture found in this manner, so we can't blow it up either.
So, an unopenable door. Right.
According to Mr. Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. Didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Ah! Forget I just said that.
So the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind. Look, the statue only has one tail. Maybe it's the Ninetales fox sidekick. I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So, if you had two, Apollo, I'd only have one. Wait, what? Not that it means you're better than me, got it? Like I said, what? Wow, this is a crazy looking chair. Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it. Really? Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings. So, he's the prime suspect in the crime he knows nothing about? That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check out the other side. This one's a spear, but what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once. Really? What are they used for? Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Yeah. Pulling out tongues. Stop, stop. Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes. Okay, okay, I get the idea. I'm sure this thing is just a simple opener or something like that. Demons eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people. So, this is where Alderman Kyubi's body was found. Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it. That's not good.
Never fair, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes. Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... In the name of justice, I must say goodbye.
What's that all about? There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and...
Freeze!
Yikes.
No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers.
He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright. Did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And wait till now to tell me. I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
Well, surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more. The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Looks like a large bloodstained cloth. The blood's probably the Alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important? I'm gonna go with probably because it is. Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there? Unsteady and restless. It's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, was that some kind of psychological test? This trait isn't making you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not that far off the mark. That's cool. It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for. I heard the Japanese used it to use in these drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Athena. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. That's something. Doesn't the Tanuki statue remind you of the Manor's caretaker, Phineas Lynch? This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Flish. Mr. Flish is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know. Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. There we go. Oh, that looks like an air vent. It's pretty high up there. What if you got a running start and jumped? I doubt even a high jumper could make it. Oh, don't rule it out before you try it. Besides, I'm an excellent jumper. Even so, that must be about 9 feet high. Like I said, you don't know until you try, Monsieur Justice. She doesn't know when to give up and when to stop using foreign words. Champion's belt. Look, trophies. Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman QB. The Amazing Ninetales, Yokai Div, winner, Tenma Town Pro Wrestler Tournament. Yokai Division. I didn't know you could have a division of 1. Apollo, you should enter that tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, a demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's gonna hire a masked lawyer, Athena. Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo. Something caught in the window frame. Looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. Must be from some kind of animal. Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? Okay. Yes, I see this shiny object. Look! A cat with 2 tails! No such thing. Oh, and this lady has a really long neck! Ha ha ha, how funny is that? There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. You'd have a tough time swallowing. Apollo, well, you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus. What's that got to do with anything? What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenma Taro battling it out. Eek! Careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it. Really? Hey, you're right. I wonder if it's the Alderman's blood. How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood? Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. Want me to be an actor too? Fox and demon statue added to the court record. Guess that about wraps it up. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows. Hey, Apollo. Do you hear something? I don't hear anything. Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice in Justice We Trust! Ah! Ha ha ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears! That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct. I heard it through the air ducts? Yeah, check it out! But why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? So you can see that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway.
The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And what a unique monologue it was. Just thinking. Maybe the killer made their escape through the air duct or something?
Hahaha, cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
I guess you're right. Speaking of things in this room,
Yeah?
can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright?
Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case.
Oh, come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need.
Yark! I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard? Well, how about this?
Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto.
Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice.
We did it, Apollo. Yeah, we did it all right. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenham that first discovered the crime scene?
That's right. And this photo shows which is how she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key allowing her immediate access.
The key? So then the Fox chamber was locked?
Yes, and Mr. Tenma had the only key to the door.
Miss Tenma. Really, so Alderman Kiwi didn't have a key to the Fox chamber?
Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but disappeared after his murder.
Disappeared? You think the killer took it?
It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha.
You think we're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean.
I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I'll only help good little boys and girls.
Shameless rascal. Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either.
Okay.
So there's tracks there's something the yokai might leave behind.
You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you?
What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it.
Our prime suspect would, no doubt, love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature.
Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So, the most likely scenario so far is
that Tenma got out the feathers tracks behind.
to make it look like the yokai Tenma's the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you are. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma's your only suspect.
That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking, too.
Wait, are you telling me that that's why he was arrested?
Ha 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 ha, don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi.
Oh, is that so?
Yup, other than the victim, the suspect is Miss Tenma. Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide. And the two of them were together at the time.
Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all?
She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear?
Sure enough, that spear looks even bigger than her.
Well, that's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect.
I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it.
Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. Prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial. That's what the one. Not what you would expect. That is, unless you faced a convicted killer serving hard time as prosecutor before. What the? Is this some kind of joke? What? Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murderer was the work of some strange creature. Well, yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than the master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so... none of us are in a position to question the matter. Ha ha ha. This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor. He wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackquill, would he? Bingo, Simon Blackquill. So you have heard of him. You could say that. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackquill. The Twisted Samurai? He's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect of his crime head on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into the dark age of the law. What? And he of all people is going to stand in the courtroom tomorrow? Ha ha ha! Never fear, I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes were found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. Don't tell me Mr. Flish actually stole from a detective. Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet? That's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. April 17th, QB Manor. Foyer. This is just awful. It's terrible, I say. So somebody help! Oh, look. It's Mr. What was it again? Finch? No. The name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. That's what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch. Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick. Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Oh. Looks like some kind of mask. It's Amazing Ninetales' mask! The Amazing Ninetales. Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival's special event. What's his mask doing here? He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Amazing Ninetales mask added. So, what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered? You really want to know? Yeah, you're a studious one, ain't ya? Yes, I mean, no, I just mean, tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What are you, a team? Me and my bandit's mask, and you in the demon mask of yours. Demon mask hit. Wonder if I could make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... Why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Ninetales murder already. Alright, I'll be right back, guys.
Hey everybody, I'm back, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this case in time, so we might not be able to, unfortunately. The amazing Ninetales is our village savior, and don't you forget it. Yep, there he is. His trademark skill, Cape made it look like Nine-Tailed Fox. He whirls through the ring, smacking down 10 Town wrestlers left and right. He sparkled the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales Vale in the blink of the eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. The amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hit around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of a monster like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the amazing Ninetales. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea? Check your pocket. Hey, how'd you do that? Keep it, I got lots more. Amazing Ninetales glossy added to the court record. So, you keep saying that the amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside? That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. Word around Ninetales Palace, he was killed by Tenmataro. You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you? Yeah, we are. We love conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot. The mayor of Tenmatown? What is he plotting? Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chambers once he's in control. That's quite a tale. Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who could stop the mayor. Our hero, the amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenmatown and stop the municipal merger. Couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember? Mr. Flish, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder? I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. QB said I should. QB said I should, and I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work. He must be talking about his small room in the upper right, unless he was watching TV. Definitely looks like he can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch? I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide. Florent LeBel's his name. So the two of you were together. It's a pretty sound alibi, alright. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder. Kept watching the whole time, didn't see us all pass by. And if anyone did, that there security camera would have spotted him. So no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So do you think this mask is the real deal? Without a doubt, this here is a mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing. This place is the mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... Does this mean... someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger? No way. Could the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be... Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face. Oh no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Okay. April 17th, Ninetales Val, Yokai Lane. Look, there's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and... Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. A charm to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance. Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me! Eek! What's the demon lawyer? Another warding charm. Apollo, who is she? Oh, right, this is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... hello, my name's Athena Kikes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, too. Where's Tracy? She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Well, wait, how do I know you didn't... You didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up. And I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Oh, poor little Trucy. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo? Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened? Not much. At least not yet. But you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival? I don't know anything about that. Huh? But you said Tenmataro murdered the Alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me. Yikes, what was that for? People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters. Huh? What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm a human. No, you're still a demon. Oh, I give up. It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenmataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there were yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm. Ah, that's... You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right? That's true, but... If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it'll help your father, too. Alright, then. Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer? I saw him. Saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. He escaped the prison. And ran right by me. What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when... I saw Tenmataro. He was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear. But there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me towards the foyer. Towards the foyer? Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too.
Sounds like we better get their statements.
Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Apollo? Remember this picture in the paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw. That'd be ridiculous. Ugh. Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the amazing Ninetales true identity. Uh-huh. They say no one's ever seen it without his mask. Doesn't that make you want to know even more? Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular. Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? Eek, you even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's gotta be a story behind it. No one can stop the amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime. Anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little bit more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy. I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound? Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff? Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll. How about in the other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff? the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed. Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's aide. Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. Now what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind. Before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro. But in the event that you do, look. And then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows. Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Yeah. The guy at the special event thing said about almost the exact same thing.
Paula, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro?
I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vow. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we'd better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. Last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno. Next stop, the manor foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. Alright. There is no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. It's a TV program guide. Looks like someone circled the pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Eek! It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch. What can we do for you? I bet she was gonna scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me. But what business do you got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of ranked amateurs though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Huh? To Tenmataro. So you did see him. My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Bet you shined it up every real purity like the lady must love it. Don't change the subject, and FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee towards the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? Oh god.
That is quite enough. I must ask that you do not pester my friend anymore.
Yipes, forgive me for pastoring, sir. And you are?
I am Florent LaBelle. What divided person I do you tell? What do I want?
Yo, okay, grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters.
Oh, excuse you.
What the heck was that for?
Ha 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 ha. It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's my own original brand of cosmetics called Jealous LaBelle. Oh, what a heavenly scent.
Ugh, I think you've just paralyzed my olfactory receptors.
Ha 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 ha. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5, Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy.
Where's my bottle of Edu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I don't like this guy. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro.
Why that little? So she told you she saw the demon, did she?
Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions?
Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep up with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this.
I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenma Taro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Ha 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 ha. Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Tenma Taro. Little Jinx, you had an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right, and I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenma Taro. As for me, I only saw things of beauty. That's why I could barely see you. I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Did I ask what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi. Didn't think you suspect me of all people. Oh, how dare you doubt me? That's an effort to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Spritz really helped. What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Flishy. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were, that's your fire. Exactly. Good answer, Flitchy. Good answer. Just repeat what you told me. Ouch. You said quite enough. What is with these two? Kramer's got me talking like that. But we're quite through here. I'm a very busy man, you know. Right. Well, thanks for your help. Those 2 were in the foyer, but didn't see Tenma Taro. Come along, Flishy. Where are we going? Alright, gotta practice some statements for tomorrow. Yipes. Open your eyes. We're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenma Taro. Really, how can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. My ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. What do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenma Taro? Not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenma Taro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Tenma Taro this, Tenma Taro that. We should go talk to the mayor too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenma Taro. Something wrong? Oh, what do I do, I guess, to the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenma Taro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, ugh. Oh, he's here. So nice to finally meet you. Hi, Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Kikes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma Taro. Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you, too. Eek. Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo, he's just as kind of gentle-looking as I'd imagine. Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you wanted to or did set Tenma Taro free. What utter nonsense! Ugh. They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? He really needs to work on his people skills. So rumor has it you wanted to push the merger through in order to release Tenma Taro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Grr. Sorry if I offended you. So that's the talk around town, is it? I can see how that would make you angry. What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors will be tough to all that. And wait, first we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you. Relax. We'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is it so?
You don't need me to go straighten things out myself. Ooh boy, they'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at our school. Oh, right. I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. Seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales of Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet ear comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me? Just like that? Sure. Each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about? Don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. Where's to touch my bracelet? Right, now let's give it a whirl. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, slightest frown that no one could see. Now Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I've got to pour out every word he says and wait for it to appear. When it does, I'll perceive it.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please, tell us more about your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so... You thought there would be an attractive prize for the tourism. That would contradict this. This?
Take that!
Monster Craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it was an attractive prize for tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, You ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger or my Jinxie dies. What? How awful. Who would do such a thing? I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you'd have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs would have had the motive in the world. Why go from blackmail to murder? Merger protest won't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Could it be?
What if there was another reason for the murder? Like what? Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity. And the secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's murder scheme. What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself. No way. The Alderman was impossible. Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity. Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to his blackmailer scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor. And maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd. Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the Alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Apollo, do you really think the Tenma Taro that Jinxie saw is the killer? Don't know. All I know is there is no such thing as monsters. What about the newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenma Taro to do their dirty work? Come on, there wasn't any Tenma Taro released in the first place. Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai. We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll think of something. Better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. Yes! To be continued. I love the trials. They're my favorite part. April 18th, 9:15 a.m. District Court. Defendant. Lobby. Number 3. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Eek! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. Are you scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves the stress. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here. That's right. Here. I'll go first, then you try. Oh, Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Kikes. And I'm fine. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. It always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high, and I say it all the time. See, a proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. It's all a racket, you two. Ah, Mr. Wright, I can't take you seriously in your pea sweater. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news. But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. Well, we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. So used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology. That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back for his conviction, using the power of suggestion. He can make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So, he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew he was gonna be bad news. Ha 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 ha. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes. Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So, are you all ready? Might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth, that's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Yeah, what an outfit you have on, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wrong. April 18th, 9:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Yeah, we're finally here. All rise. Yo, that's me. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Kikes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent, makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time. Oh.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Why? Why, though? Why? Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him, I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a prosecution ready. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Of course, forgive me. Ugh, why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter? Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Oh, well... Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has a judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your baldness. If it is so very important, why don't you do the honors? Ooh, me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement?
Dotard such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren, or is it great-grandchildren?
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Rate was talking about.
The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cubi, Alderman of Nine Tails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
So in a nutshell,
I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible.
bravo your baldness. Well, your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Oh, flattery will get you everywhere.
What? He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright.
Hello.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I'm the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here.
I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that.
It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement.
Ha 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 ha! That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes.
There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright.
Well, you know what to say, ignorance is bliss.
Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright.
You've got it, but first I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. About the murder. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Although was the defendant, David Tower, at the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. With a sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back. Alderman QB had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug. That's right, the accused was scared because the Alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear. That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible?
Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. I'm trying to brush it all off by saying the Alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear?
Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink.
I don't know. Still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on your own with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. And so your life is spared. For now.
Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die.
Haha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof. My name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Your baldness.
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute.
He has the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say that he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenma Taro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg.
Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek or at least an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. That mayor is a strange one, all right. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court. Or baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again... perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold. The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. Yeep!
Hold it!
The rumors are concourse of Minotauro have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just fashion statements, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadful, fearsome lass we have here. Ooh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing around the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the most powerful tools inside of Blackwell's reservoir. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Finally. Dun dun. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Okay. Alderman Q was murdered with a spear that had been on his wall.
Hold it!
So those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber, I presume those are real. Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that's rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently one of his ancestors claimed it after defending... Yep, what? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. Ha ha ha! The Alderman's had pure, unadulterated justice flowing through his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command? The fingerprints of the defendant Damien Temma were found on the murder weapon.
Hold it!
It does make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easily wiped off. You do have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not. What do you mean? Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't just stand there. Show him who's boss. I'm totally lost. So why don't you just tell me the answer already? Don't think you saw that plea for help. You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button. Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright. At the time, yeah.
Hold it!
Come to think of it, coffee cup was found on the floor. Was a sedative in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. And that is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mare. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge. Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court. Says the jester and detective's guys. Moving right along.
Hold it!
So the alderman was drugged because he was really strong. Did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised this spirit managed to pierce that armor like muscular. Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on. Quite a difference when compared with a yellow belly like you. Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the color's all wrong, too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato? I move to strike both of your comments from the record. Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now, let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular alderman was impaled. Yes, well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back.
Hold it!
Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with a huge spear? Absolutely. After all, he was once a pro wrestler. Injustice of being drugged, then speared was an answer of righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely. After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, still donned his superhero guise in times of need. Hey, little dude. You need to lay out the comic books, detective. I'm talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wits flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he only thinks it's airtight. Okay, I think I know where it is. Is it the no fingerprints part? God damn it. Oh, little dude. Cause yeah, he's got no gloves on. And this says no prints can be left in.
Objection!
What? Are you questioning why it says it's a justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. Claim the alderman struck back after the mayor, but the statue supposedly needs to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. There are no fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, he's not wearing gloves. You'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Ah, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? You did it, Apollo. You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, then it was the killer. That means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber? Exactly. This could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhorned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut me down, Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? On your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now, let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used... It's gotta be to wipe out blood. Here, the cloth was used to wipe as much of the mayor's blood as possible off the statue. In the process, the culprit inadvertently erased the alderman's fingerprints as well.
Objection!
But the mayor did not bother to wipe away his own fingerprints on the murder weapon. Why would he wipe down one weapon but not the others? Careful now, use what little brains you have left before you speak. Give me a do-over on that one, please. Let's see. What? Trap the statue. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Oh, it was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. Just close the hole for the prosecution. I did? Ack, I did. Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. This also proves there are no holes in our theory of the ultimate striking back. Oops. Ah! How do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. Was kind of attached to that hole. Now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer. The real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? Inspire your words, Apollo. I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch. You meanie, I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe that feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. Yeah, why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Oh, fool Wright. Explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. Oh, I know why. What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha 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 ha, our investigation prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. Oh, dun dun. Feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition on the municipal merger. Mayor Tana panicked with the amazing details that helped embolden the protesters, so he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planned to make it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the village's fears. Absolutely. You know exactly how to prey on the suspicious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, that is.
Tenmataro?
Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon. And thus we're blinded to more than plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect?
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is much more likely a suspect than a legendary demon. Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here, the feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murderer to be the real worker Tenmataro. However, the police believe the person in Tenmataro's suit is the killer. Huh? The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman. And thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
You honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something like this? The evidence speaks for itself, Fulbright. Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing guy tells us fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known mass wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out for the path of injustice.
But do the people of Ninetales Vale really believe the yokai is behind the crime?
Yokai sightings are an everyday event here, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds.
Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once said the following words from me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey.
You don't say! Was this inmate a con artist?
No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap.
Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well... Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Finally. Ba-bum. Feathers and tricks. Okay, so there's a one man's attempt to crush opposition of the municipal merger.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong? Oh, absolutely. They parade around in yokai costumes shouting down at the Mayor Tenma. And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers. But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenmataro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenmataro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy.
Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act?
Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters.
Hold it!
That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one town wrestler after another. Before I ever knew it, he was champion. Like the samurai of yore surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Pro Wrestling. It was amazing. If there was ever a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion just like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. Could even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. Ha ha ha, so you do understand the greatness that is the amazing Ninetales. Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fear? Absolutely, it had an immense immediate effect. The presumed return to the dreaded Ten Mataro had them shaking in their boots.
Oh my, is it really that bad?
That superstitious lot, as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus.
I see. That's a very persuasive argument.
The mere thought of his honor buying the side with the Psycho Slasher's words. Right about now. So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was a kid.
Hold it!
But it doesn't add up. What you say is true. Why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Cuby?
Excellent point.
It is, isn't it? So Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman Cuby's secret identity. Apollo. I think Prosecutor Blackwell's figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at this crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetails. Therefore, we conclude that this mask was at the crime scene.
Oh my, but why would it happen there?
The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more?
Well, could it really be?
How about this is an epiphany here. I heard that Mark Scooby was the amazing Ninetails, and the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No!
Order! What a shocking development. Motive clearer than crystal clear.
What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness?
I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement.
Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetail's Vale of Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman Cuby's pocket. What? Present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder? Planted it in the Alderman's pocket. It's possible. But we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek with a paddle. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left her to planning the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by a sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetails.
So it was the amazing Ninetails counterattack that brought the entire crowd to light.
Wait a sec. What was claiming to the mayor that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add to your previous statement to your testimony.
Hold it!
So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after? Absolutely. And then he was knocked out and cold by the Ultimate's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that. Something's not right here. I don't believe this stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. They have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. And we're going to need to prove the mayor Tenma didn't plant the yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that?
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove? Proves when the feathers drugs were planted. The defendant planted the yokai evidence and then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible, because of the prints. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. It better be this, because it's blood. Somebody would have had to die for it.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood. In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. And then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked out unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Ah, there must be some mistake. Order, order! Well, where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha ha ha! Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was a demon, Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Somebody please say something. The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court just as justice itself. You aren't fit to bear your name, boy. Your boldness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion.
Hold it!
Hello, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before we decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in the statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw, yep, fleeting. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating the monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust. Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved it was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer? Mr. Is it all set up? Prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good, now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Yeah, it wasn't long. Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. You implying there's a problem with my claim? Was the door locked? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled towards the foyer, that fool in the fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Flitch and LaBelle? Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Flitch and Florida LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of the scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by? They were watching the show. Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. Defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Flitch, caretaker of QB Manor. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Tess's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find, but when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait. I don't want to know. Very well then, bailiff, please go wake Mr. Flitch and escort him to the witness stand. Just imagine wake him up and be like, you gotta go testify. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? My name is Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes! Your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Ah, those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. They are yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yeah, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics, I can't accept such gifts. Ethics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder. Guard in the foyer. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB said. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get into our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m., but I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. Oh, I know why. The yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro? Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, nothing but the truth. And Tenmataro? Bah, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. And, yep. My bracelet. It's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit. Screech! What the... What's a hawk doing in here? Where's got a bird? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taco. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you? You know, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud, and that sheer power of yours seems to have offended my dear Blossom Buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Ah! To be able to squat like this. Well, what the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills. No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Ah! Somebody help! Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. There's someone dressed as Tenmataro there. Flitch should have seen him. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. Okay.
Hold it!
Did you really keep an eye out on the flare the entire time? Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy suit and silly haircut. I'm sorry, Mr. Blackwell. Sorry, didn't mean to get off subject there. Sheesh, Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye. No, both of them, in fact, on the foyer.
Hold it!
Did you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking? Someone all fidgety and shifty, like, you know, like they're about to steal something. He just described himself. I wonder why Mr. Flitch didn't see Tenmataro. Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro, or maybe Mr. Flitch is lying. If he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony.
Hold it!
It's gotta be with the paper. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman Cube have you handle guard duty? Because he trusts me. I am the mayor's caretaker after all. So you took your guard duty seriously. Let me tell you something about me. Yipes. Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer and not else. Yes, of course, right away, sir. Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day.
Hold it!
So no one could get to him. Sounds like the security was pretty tight. That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around the festival time. And the solution was to entrust the manor security to a thief. That's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of spotting thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one. I don't know. It seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me. So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously. Yes, sir. Your honorship, sir. Okay. All right.
Hold it!
I didn't mean to do that again.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwalk a fellow like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at the TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. Ah! I didn't watch that one, no siree. I was doing my job like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." Ah! So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types, too. I can do double duty, watching TV and foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be as a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off. That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch was lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
Take that!
Please look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I'd think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yeah, someone watched TV where couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means Mr. Filch, who was slacking off and not watching the foyer as you claim. Yipes! Bags out of the cat. Or, I mean, other way around. Order, order, order! Well, Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer. What now? Granted, the Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer edges covered. What are you talking about? The camera. This. I'm not a mind reader. Ah! Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes. Yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might have been lazy, but my ears ain't. How would I hurt anyone in the foyer? You see the foyer floor and stair we get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Not enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yeah, my ears were working full time, so who's lying now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. That has to be the lowest point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and then bags under your eyes are darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Flish. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yipes! Please don't need me now, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under the penalty of painful bird eating. With that in mind, the court requires that the witnesses revise his testimony accordingly. Bro. So this is a new one or just revised? Ears working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the TV. My eyes might have been sagging off, but my ears, they were working overtime. Floor they saw creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there was no Tenmataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be put upside down. Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for our legal world. And besides, if there was any yokai are moaning about, I'd now have been selling them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. If we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be screwed. And we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Here's working overtime.
Hold it!
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job? It ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors and there's no way to record stuff. Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? If those are his only problems, he should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch.
Hold it!
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? Oh, that? Hey, no, I'm inventing the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little Tanuki. Lie again and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was sorry, but it ain't like that.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear, a creaky floor. Plus, that Temotaro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle. How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Temotaro has a staff that makes noise. Think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? Said she said Temotaro holding a staff-like object that made a jingly sound. I guess it's the source of his noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Flish says Temotaro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Let's say very important. Extremely vital. I request it to be added to his testimony.
Hold it!
So Temotaro's staff makes a distinctive sound. Yeah, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, Jinxie said something like that. Something about Temotaro making a jingly sound. I think we're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. I'll just take a look at the court record again. So you see, there weren't no Temotaros in the foyer. Is it gonna say something about him not having a staff? I don't see nothing in that photo. Are you telling me that it's gonna be this?
Objection!
Okay, I knew it. Temotaro's staff would make a jingly sound, you say. Well, I'm gonna say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Flish, you say that you didn't see Temotaro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Temotaro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Temotaro Jinxie saw held the staff in his hands, and he described the sounds just like you did, a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so what's he holding the staff? What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Temotaro doesn't use the staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Temotaro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right, there is no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ah! So the question is, why does the witness think Temotaro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well, now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice. It's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Temotaro carries a staff. He actually saw Temotaro. Mr. Filch actually saw Temotaro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could have possibly known about the staff. Bust it again! Bloody hell, you dubious little... Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Temotaro that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you. Please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Temotaro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Temotaro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit to the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Temotaro, but in the event that you do, look. And then tell anyone what you saw. Temotaro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Temotaro after hearing all the village suspicions. She said that if she told everyone she had seen Temotaro, he'd claim her soul. Do you think Mr. Flish believes that too? Awesome, Mr. Big Time City Slacker Lawyer has heard about him? The old village superstitions? Well, the defense please explain what the witness is talking about. The people of Ninetales Vale believe some pretty strange things. And their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that it really did see Temotaro. But the arm strength, that's why. It's all right here. Oh. Because of one mystery. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him, ignoring that the superstition will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, or immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that there was no way anyone could talk about it if they never knew existed. The defense holds that the Tenmataro impersonator is a true killer. What?
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could be so easily expose the culprit? We'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Or common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to be Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Traveling in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There's no lack of superstitions in the clink.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetails Vale. A late for death superstition might make even you a believer. Grr. Grr. Order, I say. You fool of a Tanuki. 2 times now, your lies have cost me. So sorry. I promise not to do it again. Talk on my fine feather friend. Have it, Tim. Yikes! He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills! Oh, he took off. But bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him and with your fastest man. That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as a yokai Tenmataro was at the scene, and now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? Oh. What? Huh? Ah! He broke through his shackles. I'm too young to die. Justice Dono, long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Yay! What the fuck? What? Detective, do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear, Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us. Oh, but instead it off, Simon Blackquill. For it is his sense of justice that has set him free. Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice. What the fuck?
Silence!
What the fuck? I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenmataro was the real killer, and not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right, and that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Kyubi.
Silence!
Ah! Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right, she said nothing about Tenmataro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. The little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewered murder victim, the alderman. And the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tenma. Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the fox chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she send Tenmataro inside the fox chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinx and Tenma whether she saw you kill your yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long as my blade thirsted for blood. And long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. Well, very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Alright? 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but... 3-minute recess. Just so, plenty of time if your destination of intent is Lou. Lou, you mean the bathroom? Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no longer than 3 minutes. All later comers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round, as Simon says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? April 18th, 10:40 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby. Number 3. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenma Taro Pasana at the manor. That guy and the whole samurai act anyway. Just fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo, don't be late. April 18th, 10:43 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tinma. Okay. Let me proceed now if the witness is ready, that is. Now we're getting leader of the 100 demons. He really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished trade. A witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Eek. What is it, my child? We got it, there we go. Leader of the 100 demons. Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. A beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Eek. My charm has no effect. Demon of the due process. Not sure I can see that one. No, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. But bags. Bags. Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand and go enjoy Big Bullet Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukari away. Azukari, the yokai that washes Azuki beans. The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Azukari often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwood got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro we discovered the crime scene. What Jinxie saw? Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, oh, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-huh. Lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them? I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nukubari, Tachio. Ah, they were all there. Sorry for butchering it. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court and listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony. Here.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With this court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Kikes. You sure know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Kikes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd better be best served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw. Yes, now I remember. Yokai, right in there in that room. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? Maybe it's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images of an emotion extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all that? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Fortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. Seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions. Yes, that's right. Fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects and monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought only by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So, she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai. I'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Oh, look, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? Seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie out of control emotions. Finally hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on the Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet he came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly, it's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on the Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw.
Take that!
Light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and it's up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on the Wheel of Fire. Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Eek. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be essential point at the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Yurikabai. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. Eek! And this raccoon dog is a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. Eek! And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here is nothing more than a fox statue. Eek! I don't know what I was thinking. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? Clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like that, and just like you thought, there was never really any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait. Jinxie, what about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone that dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. Remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking. Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. Nope. Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Table. Collapse the chair. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out. That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotion you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in emotions' intensity. Emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Got it!
This seems like an unnatural reaction. Really? Because I don't see it that way. So it isn't unexpected given just one. Hello? Is there anybody in there? It's not if you can hear me. Is there someone at home? And then someone's going to try that again. Is it this not being as shocked?
Got it! Got it!
The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs have giving out from fright. Could something had lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. What was Mama? I suddenly felt as if she was right there with me. Gale entered a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look. Oh, the noise is all gone. She seems to have remembered everything now. Bye-bye. Sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this?
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a Nine-Tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah! The Demon Lord strikes again. Can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a Nine-Tails and a flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? Ah. This is none other than a master key to the QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. Master key. Now went missing. I don't like the sound of that. Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequences. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think so? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is, when Jinxie opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. There was no one else in there, save the victim and the killer. Just you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer of the Mayor Tenma herself would be utterly inconceivable. No, except for we're forgetting an important fact.
Objection!
How could this happen? Professor's assistant well refrained from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? Ugh, I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dono, allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That'll make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with the stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Well, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? Right into the strap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash for the courtroom and enter the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in time.
Objection!
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by the samurai. Apollo. Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what does he object to? Huh? Oh, right. Objection was more of a reflex than anything else. I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop it. This court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now. I'll be forced to declare your client's guilty and your legal skill suspect, if you do it. Now, do you have anything to cut over to the prosecution's case? Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo of Justice, and I'm thought. Apollo, you have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But I've got absolutely nothing. But that's never stopped me before. To explain how the real killer could have escaped that locker room. It's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locker room is too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locker room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a test by blade. Time to do or die, literally. Then it will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locker room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. I just need to think this whole escaping the locker room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. We made a window, but doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through it, and there's a sheer cliff outside. It's for the air vent. It's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. Needless to say, right here. The forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple, like to say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes, and whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber is compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. And how did the killer escape through there, Mr. Justice? Your reason still seems questionable as your proposed escape route. What? What?
Take that!
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenbo came on scene was within that locked room. How would you one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key, I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key. But well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese seal waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked is because Perp locked it from the outside? What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door and then locked it. Ouch! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. The key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside. It could be, though. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackbelt draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Something in when the door was open. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Threw it in from the outside. Change the lock. I don't know. This? Why does someone throw it into the room from the outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. I thought it... What about the vent? I wonder if the key could have been tossed from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. There we go! Yes! The air duct.
Take that!
The air vent? Yes. The window may be out of question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent into the air. That's preposterous. Ooh, that explains how the key got into there. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even your honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Tenmataro murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling here. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I can follow that. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. There was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lord has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. Oh, that was a total turnabout. The masked Ford seems so much more attractive now. Order, 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 I say. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Oh, that little scamp of the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after I'd left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out of the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the couch. But that is impossible, without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eyes here would have captured Ed pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there was no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security cam footage. But what? Save for the foyer entrance, there was no other way to flee the manor. There is that window. It feels so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is another way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There is a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. Escaping through that way would be a dead one. No! Aw, damn. So the cliff is the whole way. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window. What the heck, right? Huh. Suppose your next proposal is the killer spread wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Oh god. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Well, not really fly, but... Whoa, I thought that was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor. What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take that!
Take a look at these special edition paper. Timataro, real or flayed of fantasy. What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? What is it? Oh, the photo in the article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo was the killer shortly after they fled out of the window. But Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Timataro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence!
Maybe with a wingsuit. It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of article. Okay, then how about the Timataro figure, Mr. Flitchtock, just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our Trimsy Kanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the cameras let your guy. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jixie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time. Not good. Not good at all. You understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono. The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. The daughter? The individual was none other than Jixie Tenma. Ah, no! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her at the Samurai of Yorewood. Mayor Tenma. This farce is over. As if the yokai accused will cover up most foul. Tenmataro's true identity is. Now, Mr. Mayor. It would be futile to support to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter would be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. That'll do. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma fall for his twisted words. If she's sent away for murder, Jixie will be left all alone. The real killer is. Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Caw, foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence, I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds. The bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What the? Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. Witness, well, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing the whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek come to reveal the truth. That child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What nonsense. So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now? Ka, his body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Finch saw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? Yeah, Kira's powers of this warning charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Oh my god. Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. But that as it may, the defense case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber. But it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the Alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenmataro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems to spell it out for. She seems to spell it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the Alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warning charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door. But then, fell unconscious from the blow the Alderman had delivered to his head. So when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled upon the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror when upon the spirit of Tenmataro. For he had asked for the charm's warning effect, possession of the mayor. Newly afraid Tenmataro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenmataro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if he's supposed to have flown out the foyer window? And what, do you mean to say the mayor at QB Manor Jinxie Tenma was the... Oh, damn. Oh. That too was easily explained. Flew about the time I did, but presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. The last exhaustion took me unawares in this Fox Chamber, and I do no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real life? Well, that really is true. I think yokai were real. Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. Yes, Simon says on steroids. Let's convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system? Mayor Tenma just pretending to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved the third party could have escaped the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to...
Silence!
Bro. This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
Or fabricate any evidence. And then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. Foundation of Justice fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ahaha! It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special Jolt of Justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, vow to... Your Honor! You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell remained on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case... this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Fucking finally. And that is where we are saving for now. Because I gotta start getting ready soon to leave. So. Alright, that is where we're gonna end for now. I think I'm gonna fix the costumes. This is a weird game. Alright, well, next time we get in, we should be able to find out more about this Tenmataro situation. We should, actually, the case should be over the next time we play. The first time I try to actually quit the game legitimately. Okay. So yeah, next time we are on, we should figure out the end of this case and see where everything else leads us. So yeah, I'll see y'all later.